Zero Trust World. We planned that. Zero Trust World 2026 in extremely roasty hot Orlando, Florida. It's not really. It's like the perfect temperature or something outside, but because
it's spring out there.
Yeah, but it hasn't been above like 35 degrees at my house in the last 2 months. So for me, it felt like I just walked into like the blazing jungle, on the equator or something. But I'm Doug White from Security Weekly News, and I actually brought somebody along because I wasn't sure I could handle this, and so I brought somebody who can handle literally anything. Jeff Mann.
Yep, Jeff Mann from Paul's Security Weekly.
Yeah, and Jeff's the person I would like. Well, maybe I would take Larry first if I had to go on a desert island to survive. No, I know who it was. Tyler Robinson.
Definitely Tyler.
Larry taught Tyler, and Tyler's younger and better looking. So, yeah, it all works. But anyway, we're here on the...
Larry's got more meat on the bones.
Well, that's true, and that is something to consider when you're going to be put on a desert island. Yeah. Like, what will we be dining on later? Who would have thought we'd turn to cannibalism this early in the conference? But hey, it always happens. So I went out and I won. I got here super late last night because my flight was delayed while the pilot kept coming out going, we might not die. I'm not sure. And that kind of stuff.
Of course, you were still on the ground when he was saying that, right?
Yeah, but I mean, they were not sure if they could take off, and you see the flight crews like up there, like praying to a shrine, and yeah, it was a little creepy. But we got here, we survived, we made everything work, and then I found Jeff, of course, because I used the classic con technique to find certain people, which is go to the nearest cigar bar.
That's right.
And of course, that's where I found Jeff with cigars.
Well, I was here on time and got to enjoy the opening reception last night.
I know.
Which was outdoors, which was a little dicey because it was raining most of the day yesterday. Florida rain, off and on here and there.
That kind of stuff, yeah.
But they had a really great spread. It wasn't just finger food. They had, I guess, Southern home cooking. There's ribs and there's brisket and mac and cheese, all the good stuff. And what did you have for dinner last night?
I'm not even making this up. I literally had a sandwich that was marked 50% off. And I was why is this 50% off? And the guy said, they're going to be discarded after a while. And I said, would you eat it? And he said, no, but I ate it. Because, all we got was a glass of water, and like, they had to like ration the pretzels, like each person gets 2 or something. And,
right.
Yeah.
They only have so much on that plane, and it's only so long a flight.
Yeah, the flight turned into like the transatlantic connection. It was so long. But
we're here. We made it.
We're here. We made it.
It's a new venue this year.
It looks fun. Yeah.
It's twice as big, I think, as last year, just in terms of square footage, the available space.
I'd never even heard of this resort, and then it's like super nice. I was like, wow. And I just saw it in the dark, but it looked really good this morning. They had golf courses. It's like all really cool.
Yep.
And I went out so we're actually on the floor, the vendor floor. So there's lots and lots of vendors over there that you can't see. If we had like the extra money, we did the camera swivel and or the drone, and we would have the person flying the drone over the conference to show it. And of course, I would have more attendance then too.
There would be room for a drone here.
You could fly a drone in here, yeah.
It's probably a 50
and I could have like 25 handlers that follow me around, but it would be fun. But I went and I was trying to get like some cool swag. The coolest swag was a giant cat that they would not let me have. I was like, could I please borrow this for like 15 minutes? And they wouldn't let me have it. And I went and I tried to get another thing. I was literally trying to get a hat, and it turned into like corporate hell. I was like, could I just borrow that hat right there for like 15 minutes? I'll wear it on this intro show. And they were like, I'm going to have to contact Bob, and Bob's going to have to call Steve, and corporate legal is probably not available until 10 a.m., and then they're going to call back down here. And then once they get on it, we can probably get an agreement within 3 to 6 weeks. And I was like, yeah, it's okay. I'll just not wear a hat. It's fine, really. But I did InfraGard is here, so they only had pamphlets. But, it's a service organization. What did you expect? You would be shocked if they had something other than, if they were handing out gold bars at InfraGard, you'd be a little worried.
Right.
Are you an InfraGard member?
I am not an InfraGard member.
I'm an InfraGard.
I have been to different InfraGard events over the years. I think I've spoken at one here and there.
I've been a member since it started, actually. So
wasn't it sort of, I don't know if originally it was more for law enforcement?
Well, yeah, it started out with law enforcement and that kind of thing, but it really got into an information dissemination and trying to help people figure out what was going on.
How's that?
It was an attempt by law enforcement to start sharing,
right?
Which was something they had never done before in the past, and so they got you an FBI clearance. They got you an FBI. You could get access to that site, so you could get their announcements. And so forth. This
So they're
one-
here.
So this book, which is called Standardize, the MSP's Guide to Avoiding Lawsuits, Scaling Compliance, and Winning High-Value Clients, was from Galactic Advisors. So scaled up a little from a pamphlet to a book. So that was
Do you have to give it back?
Yes.
Okay.
No, he said I could keep it.
Okay.
You know, academic books, come on.
Right.
They're like, take it.
Are
I don't
there
want to carry it home.
pictures?
You can have it.
I don't know.
I
I'll
can
look
get
at it
another
while
one.
you're
Well, that's
talking.
right. Yeah, you can. Jeff will read while we do the
I
rest.
will read it. Yeah, I'm
And
absorbing
then
it.
I found something cool. Look at this thing.
That
So
is
this
cool.
one is from. Wait, now I got to find the. This is from Infotech Research Group, and it is a Harry Potter owl made out of Lego bricks.
That owl has a name, and my children will be mad at me for not remembering.
I don't
the
know
name
what
of
its
the
name
owl.
is.
Yeah.
Oh no! Now we're gonna look bad and old because we don't know Harry Potter's owl's name. All I can think of is Hedwig, but that's not what it is.
No. It's all right, but it's a Harry Potter
But it's cool.
Lego set. That is cool.
Yeah,
and
it
that's
even has the Harry Potter people on the side.
I'm guessing you have to give that back because they're raffling it off.
They
or
were
it's
like,
a
please give
giveaway.
this back. This was the biggest. They had the really huge ones over there. I don't know. It was just some stuff. You know, everybody likes to go see corporate swag and all that kind of stuff for fun.
When I came here last year, because this is our second year here at Zero Trust World, I wondered why at a vendor event, this is ThreatLocker's event. Why do they have vendors at a vendor event? And I haven't had a chance to walk the complete floor yet. There seem to be more vendors here this year. They also seem to be, resellers and MSPs, consumers, but not necessarily the end consumer of the
Yeah.
ThreatLocker family of.
Well,
I like to use the word tools,
Well,
not
this is one of
solutions.
those vendor cons that I guess when I first came to it, I thought it was going to be like 50 people, and instead it was like a lot of people.
There's a lot of
It was
people
a
out
crazy
there.
lot of people. They have a huge party on tomorrow night. They have a costume party.
Yep.
David, we're waiting to see what you're wearing because there's some people that have amazing. In fact, last year the CEO Danny of ThreatLocker wore an actual. It didn't fly, which was the sad. It was an actual working Iron Man costume.
I remember that. Yep.
Yeah, and I mean it was like crazy. And I don't
Working is a relative.
well, like the little
term.
panels open and all this
Right.
kind of. But you couldn't fly or shoot people.
And the
with it.
theme for the big party this year is 1960s space, the beginning of the space program,
They didn't tell me the space part.
which I lived through it. I remember it. I mean, I remember watching, the first step on the moon, on a black and white 19-inch Philco TV set.
I did watch that. Yeah,
Yeah.
we had a bigger than a 19-inch TV set. Though we had like a 21-inch to a console TV. My dad.
We had a console, but that was downstairs.
Yeah.
This was the TV in the
Well,
bedroom.
we did. I remember it.
We had two TVs.
Ooh, yeah, we did
Yeah.
too. We had a little teeny one upstairs
Yeah.
that my parents watched the news on every night at 11.
Remember
p.m.
the little TV screens, but the console was this big.
Oh yeah,
it was a
because
piece
the
of
console
furniture.
had a built-in hi-fi.
Yeah.
And so it had speakers, and it weighed like I don't
So
even
I'm
know.
all about 60s, and of course 60s was when the original and best Star Trek came out. The original series
True.
aired from 1966 to 1968, where many of the things that they foretold and used as devices and technology in the 60s is what we're walking around with today, right?
So,
Beam me up, Scotty.
yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, so are you dressing as a Star Trek character?
You'll have to wait and see.
Okay, yeah, nobody's revealing, but I will give you a hint to mine. It's from the wrong 60s.
The
He
wrong
said
side of
60s.
this.
I was like, okay.
And you went there.
I went there, but it's the wrong 60s. I wasn't thinking about Abby Hoffman. I was thinking about Hannibal Hamlin.
Okay.
Anybody know who that is? Do you know who Hannibal Hamlin is?
I have heard the name.
Okay.
But on the spot, I'm not gonna be able. I don't know what
I'm not
he
gonna
is
reveal my
any more
costume.
than the name of this owl, but I know it has a name.
It was Lincoln's vice president.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. But
No,
anyway.
it wasn't. Never. Go ahead.
Well, Andrew Johnson was later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because Hamlin didn't become the president when,
No, Andrew Johnson did.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, now I just revealed it. Oh my God.
And that was a big deal in the 60s because, 100 years, to the year, had another presidential assassination. And the vice president, what was his name?
Coincidence? I think not.
Johnson. No, I remember all sorts of coincidences about that in the 60s.
Creepy.
The 60s was an interesting time.
It was. I was a little kid, so I didn't really, I remember seeing streakers.
I had I had, because everybody wanted to be an astronaut when you were a little kid in the '60s. I had sort of an astronaut suit. It was kind of a metallic cloth type of material. It was kind of a zip-up suit. Had a helmet, space helmet you could put on, and it had some sort of thing in the visor that made everything warbly, so it looked like you were walking on the moon, the craters of the moon. It was really cool.
I think those
And
were
do you
drugs,
remember
Jeff.
before? There was GI Joes, but then there was also Major Matt Mason. He was the space guy.
Major
astronaut.
Matt Mason.
I used to have all sorts of
Okay.
Major Matt Mason
Wow.
stuff. So when I heard about the '60s party, I wanted to get a Major Matt Mason
I was going to dress
suit
as Abby
and dress
Hoffman,
up.
but
Oh, we digress.
William Burroughs. I could dress as William Burroughs. I could just get a coat and a hat and a cigarette and ramble.
Getting back to Zero Trust World, I did want to say that this is a different conference too than what we usually do, which is more security focused. I mean, security is a focus here, but I think the attendees are more IT people. These are more practitioners in the trenches.
Yeah, maybe,
that's
yeah.
my perception coming into it.
I mean,
anyway.
ThreatLocker is a security company, but I think you're right. I mean, I
I
met
I
a
was
lot of
having
people.
breakfast, sitting and meeting people, a few people this morning, and they're IT people. They know security is a thing. They worry about it, but they don't know why they're worrying about it. They just know that they're supposed to. Is that
Yeah.
I think that's a fair assertion,
No,
at
I
least
know.
going into this.
I met somebody this morning who didn't know what Pulse Security Weekly was, and I was like, "What?"
Well, this is not necessarily our
No, he was like an
our regular
MSP, so,
audience. Right. What would
So
they know?
MSPs don't necessarily, like you said, they know security is important. They just don't necessarily know why or what it should be.
But it's in
Sorry, not all of us.
in our world, I think it's important to make the distinction that there is the people that are responsible for securing the network and the enterprise, and that's the practitioners, the IT people,
Right.
and that's what's here. And then, in the best of all possible worlds, there's the people that are responsible for the security, and that's the monitoring and the detection and the response. And that's there'll be exceptions, but that's not who's here. I mean, at the reception last night, there's 600-800 people here. There were 4 hackers that I knew. I mean, I'm sure there was other hackers out there, but 4 that I recognize from our little community and all the different conferences we go to.
Yeah, so it is.
So it's a different focus
Because
here.
I went to another one last year. We won't say that one, but nothing wrong with it. And that was just very similar. It was another one where I was like, wow, I haven't really noticed anybody that I know here, and it was a cool conference, but it was just like I didn't know who it was a different audience, I think. So that
Right.
was kind of interesting. And I do a lot of different audience stuff.
So for people like us that are walking around, that have been around for a while, it's an opportunity, I think, to open people's eyes and just get them to think about and expand their thought processes.
Well, I think
on
that's a good reason to
security
be
and
here.
security.
I mean,
Yeah.
and like you said, Adam Savage was the keynote, right?
Adam Savage is keynoting on
Mythbusters.
Thursday. Marcus Hutchins, Malware Jake is keynoting tomorrow, and the guy today is Silva. I forget Tony
Okay.
Silva.
I don't
think
have my
he does a
schedule.
show. I know the name, but I don't.
Okay.
But they got a lot of
I
big
was
name
counting on
people
Jeff
here.
for all the details.
Yeah, well, that's why you pulled me in. Okay.
Yeah, I was like,
I got most of
I
it.
told the crew earlier today, I was like, look, I was drunk. I don't know what the hell's going on. And, I need somebody that actually might be able to say something coherent this morning. So they were like, Jeff is right over there. And so we
And
pulled Jeff.
here
in.
I am.
And here he is. And so, I was counting on him to give me the whole rundown of everything that was happening. But
Well,
it
I'm
is a
giving
cool
you
con.
the gist of it.
I think if you have a chance to come to this one next year, you probably should, because there's a lot of very interesting stuff around zero trust and all this kind of concept of that basic level of security. So I would say this is a good one to come to.
It is a good one, and to the extent that they're trying to do what I'm saying, distinguish between security and securing, and getting the practitioners and their management more aware. They're doing something new this year from last year. They're having a whole side that's teaching you how to hack. We're
That's
used to
true.
going to hacker conferences where they have capture the flag games of galore and all sorts of different activities. Well, they're doing more of that this year. So there's they don't call it
the hacker lab.
They have a hacker lab. They're going to let you be hands-on. They've got a server set up over there, and they're going to let anybody break into it. And the first one that breaks into it, I think it's this.
It's that. No, I
get some
should've
kind
gone
of
and
a
got the
prize.
prize for that.
Yeah.
I could have waved it around or sneaked away with it.
But I mean, they're trying to fuse the two sides of our world together.
Okay.
The secure, the vendor side versus the practitioner researcher side.
I agree.
Let's put it
No,
that way.
So I definitely think that it's probably a con worth checking out. It's a lot bigger than we thought. It's at a much cooler resort than we thought. And so far, I've been pleasantly surprised because last year when I was invited to come to it, I had no idea what to expect, and
Yep.
I thought it really might be a tent and a
And
vacant
most
lot
importantly,
somewhere.
they have a pretty decent balcony where they let you
They
smoke
have a smoking
cigars,
balcony
so
and free food.
we
So,
do
you
we
know.
do have Cigar Con going all week.
Yeah, we do. So if you are here and you're watching, if you want to come hang out, please do.
Yep.
Just ask who did you ask to find this secret location?
I asked the people at the front desk. I said, "Where can you smoke around here?" And they just pointed.
There's a door that
It's
says
right
this is
straight-
not an exit, and so I felt
That's
like
where it
you remember
is.
that picture of Keith Moon where he's sitting in a chair and it says not to be taken away. I felt like that when I was going through that door
Yeah.
last night. I was like, is this ominous or what? Anyway, we are over time because I babbled. But to keep up with all our content that here at Zero Trust World, please visit securityweekly.com/ZTW, Z Tango Whiskey. Stick around though, and we'll be back with another interview right after the break. Thank you, Jeff, man. I'm Doug White, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye.
See you.
Yay, welcome to another year at Zero Trust World. It's like a rare event when I get to go to one and then they actually ask me to come back. So, I mean, there was a couple of, it was fine. But this is Zero Trust World 2026 in Orlando,
We won't
Florida.
mention the incident.
And I'm Doug White from Security Weekly, and I get the chance to talk to Eoin McGrath, who is the Dublin office
That's it.
onboard
Very important.
engineer manager. Yeah, it's very important to distinguish that you get to live in a cool place. And I mean, I think that's a lovely place, and it's very nice. One of the things that you told me when I was reading your bio that you sent was that you liked historic sites. And so I was like, I wanted to ask, and I have mine, but I want to ask, what's your favorite one? Like,
Okay.
Do you have a favorite historic site?
Okay, I'm going to be very patriotic and go for Ireland. Everybody thinks of castles and things like that when you're in Ireland, and we've got lots of those. But my favorite is a place called Newgrange. It's older than the pyramids, and on the winter solstice, the sun goes through an entrance in the roof and it illuminates a burial chamber. And they've recently done excavations there. I think it was Cambridge in the UK. And, they found DNA traces going back, from maybe 2500 BC. So really,
That's
really
so
impressive
cool.
and really
I got to
ancient.
go there now.
Yeah.
I love old things. If you don't, I mean, I just like, I really feel like if you can feel the ghosts.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
yeah,
kinda, I
you-
don't believe in ghosts, but you can.
Well,
feel
you feel
it.
the connection with the world.
Yeah, because like one of my favorites is the Pantheon in Rome. I always
Fantastic,
mention that one, and that's more of a touristy one, but it's so cool because it's like these doors have been here since the Roman Empire.
Yeah, and the concrete is 2,000 years
You're like,
old.
wow, that's
It's
pretty
really
cool.
impressive.
The tunnel where Caligula was killed.
Yes.
Oh, I like that one. That's not even a tourist site. There's just this tunnel in Rome, and you go there. That's where they killed Caligula. Ting Yushan in China is really awesome.
Oh wow, yeah,
It's
I
like
haven't
the
been.
Rain Pavilion.
Okay.
It was like this thing is like 4,000 years old, and it was where the emperor. It's called the Humble Administrator's Garden or something.
wow.
And yeah, it's really cool and that really old stuff. But I know, so now I have someplace I need to go in Ireland because that
Indeed, yeah.
sounds just awesome.
That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So I know that you're the onboarding engineering manager, and you said that we could talk a little bit about maybe this Russian FortiGate attack and how some of these kind of 0-day type things occur, and maybe how that exists right now
Ties
in
into
the world.
everything. Yeah. So again, the really interesting one about that recent one, it was announced by Amazon on the 20th of February, was the attacker was described as low to medium skilled. Basically they're able to do what everybody's biggest fear is nowadays. They can go out to the internet, they can discover a few simple techniques, and then, by leveraging DeepSeek and Claude together, they were able to breach over, 2,000 sites across 55 countries for their own personal financial gain. So if that's what a low to medium skilled individual can achieve, what can a nation state do? What can one of the ransomware as a service groups do? Is really, really terrifying when you think what can be changed together and what can happen. Now, it's very kind of European specific, but Land Rovers and Jaguars are a status symbol all over the world. And last year, Jaguar and Land Rover were breached. The cascading effects of that attack cost almost £2 billion, which I think is almost $3 billion to the UK economy. Put thousands upon thousands of people's livelihoods at risk. Everyone gets emotional about data breaches, when your photograph and your date of birth gets released to the internet. But that's probably not going to cost you your job.
True.
If an IT system gets breached and it halts production across, 5 factories and the ancillary suppliers and things like that, that's actually a big deal. That's directly affecting people's lives. And, kind of working with the aftermath of all of this is something that we in ThreatLocker want to help you stop. If you implement the ideas of zero trust, you're going to be able to stop these people from being able to leverage systems. If we're going to dive a little bit deeper into what happened in Jaguar Land Rover, it's kind of the perfect storm of attack vectors. They studied people's social media. They social engineered their initial entrance into the environment. Then they leveraged a out-of-date piece of SAP software and a 0-day in an RMM to make their way through to critical systems. And Jaguar Land Rover invested an awful lot of money in smart factories. Everything was linked from the office to the robot arms on the factory floor. So when they triggered their ransomware attack, they halted all production.
and that's a very modern thing. And I mean, I will say your job's at risk if you're responsible for all this.
Oh, for sure.
You know, I mean, I always tell my students, like, you know, you're the people that get fired when this goes south. And I mean, we've all sat in that seat and been yelled at. I didn't get fired, but I got yelled at because they're like, why did this person get in and deface my website? Why did this happen?
Yeah.
And of course, these are much, much worse than the old school stuff where somebody went in and wrote, Doug sucks on the website.
Yes.
Now you get, you know, like shutting down the whole factory floor remotely, turning the reactor dials around.
Oh yeah, no, it is terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, I think the time between when these things are found and when they become known has also gotten very, very narrow. And one of the stories I always tell people was when I was an undergraduate, this person somehow breached the mainframe using what they would have called a maintenance hook.
Yes.
It was a very elaborate password that was put in by the engineers, and this person claimed they typed
security
it
through obscurity. Yeah.
Yeah, and they claimed that it was just totally random. But today, that word might have been found on a website. It might have been shared by on a bulletin board or a user group or something like that.
Which is and again, it's the joys of the social engineering thing. If I wander around our office in Dublin, you know, I'll notice on somebody's desk, oh look, there's a Liverpool logo and there's a little picture of Mo Salah beside it, and you know, there's a very good chance the word Anfield is going to be in their password someplace. You know, so the social engineering aspect of things hasn't changed. Vulnerable systems.
That's never going to change.
And with generative AI and LLMs, and you know, being able, I don't need to be an expert in Liverpool. I can say, give me Liverpool's most famous players, give me significant dates, give me significant events, and we can chain all of that together to, you know, find a password, find a breach, find a potential way to enter.
So do you think that I think the complexity is falling, because instead of an elaborate string of 0 days that I have to put together, I mean, some of these did involve 0 days and whatever, but instead of this elaborate string of 0 days, I literally now can wait until somebody else finds it and take advantage of people who have not patched it.
We don't need to be some really clever security researcher, you know. Yeah, exactly. You can either purchase it, be supplied it by a nation state, or just wait till it shows up on the dark web and find an unpatched device and exploit that.
I mean, we could almost all become just script kiddie type hackers today, because if we know how to prompt our various
appropriately,
AIs,
we can
you can't ask ChatGPT like, how do I hack? It'll tell you, oh, I'm sorry, I can help you with that. But if you know how to ask the questions in the correct way, you can get all kinds of information.
How do you buffer overflow XDLL? You know, it's quite straightforward.
I did a case years ago that I wasn't actually investigating, but I was interviewing for the court. And this person had basically done some really heinous things to people. That was actually not hacking per se, but he did all this by collecting intelligence.
Yes.
I mean, this guy was like a CIA operative. He was so good at this, but he was really just this dorky high school kid. And the reason I was interviewing was nobody could believe
that
he was able to do these.
Capable of finding that much information.
They thought he must have a whole group, or maybe who knows, he's representing terrorists. It was just amazing. And I'm like, no, he just literally scraped
everything.
Yes. Well, guess what? Today, you can scrape
so
with
easy.
ChatGPT. Yeah,
it's so easy to discover these things. And when you become the target of, when your company or you as an individual becomes the target of an organization or a country, you're in serious trouble. Again, the Notepad++ breach. Now, nobody could ever accuse the developers of Notepad++ of being sloppy. Probably some of the best developers in the world, some of the most visible code in the world, but the People's Republic of China decided they had a target, and you know,
really don't
thankfully
want to be
it was discovered. You know, you really do not want to be in the crosshairs of any of these organizations.
The nation state,
Yes.
I mean, I didn't even like being in the crosshairs of a 13-year-old girl in New Jersey, but, you know.
Very true, yeah.
I mean, like when China's coming after you, it's a little intimidating.
They have far more resources, don't they?
Another thing I wanted to ask you was, because I get the chance to talk to all these people that I'd have to pay to talk to otherwise, but in terms of zero trust and all this, the world of ephemerals and agents and cloud and all these concepts, so now we have all these little bubbles all over the place. So I no longer have my rack.
Correct.
You know, down in that locked room, you know, over there on that other building.
Yeah, you've got
I've got
an instance that
VMs
spins up
all over the
God
place.
knows
I
where,
got Azure, I got AWS, I got Google Drive, I got all these things. How is that expanding this landscape in terms of managing it?
Well, it's making managing things really, really difficult, isn't it? But what you want to think about is, again, it's default deny and the absolute least privilege possible. Anything that is running on systems that you can directly control, you need to manage it, because that's going to be the entry point for these attackers. They get in, they'll find a way to access your Azure, your AWS. So you want to limit anything that can run on endpoints that you're controlling. So ThreatLocker and our concept of zero trust and deny by default is really, really going to help there.
And that's a term, ring fencing starts popping up.
Ring fencing is the secret sauce. Ring fencing is awesome.
Right.
You need to run a PowerShell script because, hey, maybe you are probing the rest of your network for vulnerabilities, but you want to make sure that it can't access your file system, that it can't reach out to a command and control center.
Right.
This, again, is what happens in Jaguar Land Rover. They reached out to the internet to go grab their payloads, to grab their command and control software. If you were able to stop that via ring fencing, again, it helps to slow down the attackers and the problems that they're going to cause. You need to give your detection systems enough time to discover what these bad actors are up to.
Yeah, and I mean, and the other piece of this to me is that it's starting to cross all these boundaries that I never had to deal with.
Yeah.
So, when I was a mainframe administrator, I controlled the world. I was on Mount Olympus. If
Yes.
I stopped it, it stopped.
Mm-hmm. But nowadays, as an administrator, you need to be cautious of your users' social media. Mm-hmm. Are they overly sharing things? Are they, putting too much information out there? You need to be conscious of third-party help desks, like what happened with MGM. Is the attack there going to try and, induce MFA fatigue in people? There are so many different moving parts and so many different pieces of that jigsaw.
Yeah,
that
I mean,
they can
just
attack.
literally, you could have something that's running that has an ephemeral Docker or something that's running that has an agentic AI that's interfacing with that. That's also using an API to interface with a Lambda.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm like, oh.
Who's looking after that API? It's
Yeah.
I'm sure everyone's seen that XKCD comic. Denver Hacker. The one little piece the one little piece of code that holds up the entire internet.
Yep.
We all, if we think about it, we all have that piece in one of our systems. Is it a legacy application that runs payroll, or one that we come across quite a lot is some ancient piece of software running on Windows XP that looks after the HVAC?
I didn't think about that, but Windows XP. But no, it's real. I mean, you may be laughing too and think Windows XP, but I'm like, oh no, it's out there.
So again, if you're dealing with any industrial machinery, you could have CNC machines that are worth, $1 million, being controlled by an old XP machine. If you talk to your friendly CNC vendor, how much will it cost to upgrade that machine? Oh, $2 million.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to make it work because the life on the piece of industrial plant is another 50 years.
Yeah.
So there's so many of these things out there that need to be ring-fenced, that need to be protected.
Yeah, and I mean, and I think that world, I worked in that world quite a bit, and I think that OT, that OT world, which always had the litany of, nobody can mess with us, we're too weird.
Yes.
That was always their defense. And
You're
today,
not weird anymore.
Just like what we started with. Guess what? That weird robotic sawmill that I talk about all the time, which is not real, but it's awfully scary sounding, somebody has documented it. There's probably a whole website dedicated to hacking the robo sawmill that you don't know about.
Yep. And, now it can be found. It's not, you don't have to remember some obscure Bulgarian website. In fact, it can translate the Bulgarian website for you, and now you know how to go take control.
But yeah, I've seen tons of stuff like that because, like you said, there's all kinds of little pipes and things that connect things together. And as we started bolting more pipes on air, because the first one of those I saw where they used that argument, oh, we're too weird, and nobody can get to it anyway. It's in a shed out in the woods, and I'm like, I got to it.
Yeah, you just connected it to the internet, buddy. Yeah.
And they're like, what? And I'm like, I just pinged it. He's like, what do you mean you pinged it? And I'm like, I could see it. I was at my hotel. I scanned your network. I can see this. And this thing is called Robo Sawmill. And he's like, what? And then we find out, guess what? Oh, somebody plugged a Wi-Fi node into that so they could
because they wanted to get some metrics from the machine to display on a dashboard in head office. And
they
suddenly,
actually wanted to watch TV, but... We can all say
Yes.
they wanted metrics from the machines.
Yeah, this is another one that we come across quite often. Somebody downloaded something. Well, we wanted to watch the Croatian basketball final.
There you
know,
go. Yeah, it's like, so we downloaded this Russian app to watch the Croatian basketball final, and I think you see more of that now. I mean, nothing's really safe at this point.
No, it isn't.
And
once it's connected to the internet, it will be found. By hook or by crook, it will be found.
I mean, just walking into a secure facility with this, who knows if this is, who controls this? Me? I don't know.
No.
It's got Phoenix on it. It could be all kinds of things.
Mm-hmm.
Hackers could be activating the camera even to, so
Yeah.
it's
Well,
really frightening.
It's kind of inopportune to be bringing it up at the moment, but the greatest supply chain attack ever, it was the pagers in Lebanon.
Yes.
Nobody thinks it's not technology. Well, it is technology, but that's a supply chain attack, and yeah.
I mean, I think that was the thing that would keep me up at night as a CISO, is just the idea that I have infinite number of devices now that I didn't have when I was
you
when I
can't
was a
verify where they were created, or there's a piece of software that you rely on. The company gets purchased. Who purchased the company? Is it going to turn into garbageware? There's so many moving parts that
Or
we need
even
to take
just like
into
a
account.
university. When I was a sysop at a university, when I was an undergraduate student, it was just me. I controlled the whole thing.
Yeah.
If you wanted to use my system, you came into my room and you sat down at my terminal and I let you do it.
Yes.
But today, the universities have all gone all the way in the other direction, which is bring your own device.
Yeah, and everything is decentralized.
So students walk on with their own laptops that they bought. Who knows what's on them?
What's on it,
And
yeah.
they connect to the network. Yay, it's got to be fun.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Eoin McGrath. That is unfortunately all the time
Well,
we have.
my
I think
pleasure,
I could
Doug.
talk to you all day.
Yeah.
I hope you will check out all of our interviews and coverage at securityweekly.com/ZTango Whiskey, and stick around. We'll be here all 3 days. So
Excellent.
it's not a whole week, but it's all 3 days. Thanks,
Yeah.
Eoin.
Okay, thanks, Doug.
Cheers.
Take care.
It's another year of Zero Trust World 2026, although that part's specific to the year. I'm Doug White from Security Weekly News. I have the pleasure of talking with Cristiano Guerrieri, which I almost managed to say, who's a solutions engineer at ThreatLocker in Rome.
Yes,
and
in Rome.
From the Rome office. We had Eoin earlier that was from the Dublin office. We're getting the full international tour of ThreatLocker locations, which sounds pretty appealing. I'm going to have to get them to hire me because I'm like, wow, you have some real, every time I get hired by a company, they're like, we have an office, and I'm not going to say anything. It's just, somewhere I don't want to go. I don't want to offend anybody, but hi, Cristiano.
Hi.
We've been talking for like a while. We had a bit of a delay, so we've been talking about Italy and Rome and all kinds of stuff. And I had asked Eoin because he said he was interested in historic places. So I was going to ask you too. You must have a favorite historic site in Italy. I mean, come on.
Definitely. I'm from Rome, so in Rome is full of history anywhere, everywhere.
Yeah,
so,
just turn around, touch it. It's a historic
Colosseum
site.
is probably the most famous and
That
place.
is true. That's
yeah.
a very famous landmark. My favorite in Italy is the Pantheon.
Oh yeah, Pantheon.
Yeah, I
love
know that's
it.
touristy, but I really like
I
that
love
because
it.
it's just so old, and you just kind of go, I can feel this.
Yes.
It's really cool.
Roman Forum too.
The
when
catacombs is
Yes.
cool. I like to go to the catacombs.
Oh,
I think that's really fun. Yeah, I'm always trying to get people to take me to like secret locations. Like, I want to go to the Vatican catacombs, see what's under there. Like, that sounds pretty interesting. But you wanted to talk about modern data exfiltration
Yes.
and storage control, which are two things very near and dear to my heart. Long ago, we were doing SOX audits and things, and one of the first things I did when I did an audit was I said, pick a file, just open the directory, pick a file, I don't care, pick any one. Now tell me who owns it, who can touch it, who can change it, who can delete it. And guess what? When I was doing that 99% of the time, the person was like, So, yeah, what does it even mean? Tell us what you mean by storage control.
I mean, storage control, first of all, gives you that visibility that you need. So that file, but what is that file? Where is that file? Because most of the time, when I'm working with customers, they don't know exactly which data and where is the data. And the storage control gives you that level of visibility to find out where is your data and which data is important to you.
Do you think that idea of data now is starting to just almost spam itself? Because I was just thinking when I was sitting down for this and I saw storage control again, I was like, this file that I have open here on my laptop is literally on this machine.
Right.
It's on my phone, which is here somewhere. It's on my desktop at home. It's somewhere else that I don't even know about that is being stored, and it's on my backups, and this file is literally in so many locations. I'm kind of scared of it.
Yeah, and you should be. You should be because data is the most important part of any environment, right? And you can access that file, which is great, but it's not a matter of who can access it, what can access that file. That makes also a massive difference in terms of security, because we're talking about backup share, for example. Now, if I can see that backup share, I can access to that backup share, but every single application I have on my computer can do the same, which is scary, right?
It is.
And could be a good application or it could be a bad one. But even a good application can be used against you. I can exfiltrate data using, TeamViewer. So the thing here is the storage control will allow you to have that visibility on the file, but also decide which application should access to that data. Because if on my backup share, the only application I expect to be there to look at a file is my backup solution.
Yeah, I mean, and one of the things I think that's evolving right now that I was just being terrified by the other day was, like you said, applications accessing files. And we've always had that issue. I mean, we've always had, things running in the background that maybe could touch something or whatever, and there's always been a kind of fear factor around that. But I saw that chat, or Claude, and Claude Code was basically asking me to install it on my desktop. And because I asked a question and it said, well, if I had access to all your files, I could figure this out for you. And then another person who shall remain nameless was asking me about Copilot and said that their office had told them to allow Copilot to access all these files. And I was like, aren't the files you're letting that access proprietary? And
Exactly.
Unlike mine, which have a slight proprietary nature, this was like serious stuff. And I'm like, that's frightening.
It is. I mean, if even you're uploading data on on AI, on Copilot, you're actually sharing this data with anyone. That's the problem. And that Copilot should never be there on that files that are actually very important to you. And we can block that from the data perspective. Of course, ThreatLocker has this layered approach. Each and every layer will help you achieve that. But the storage control itself gives you that level of security. I can run whatever I like on that file, on that folder. If it's not allowed as an application, it cannot go there. It's the zero trust approach.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was going for before I actually even knew what it was called. Because I didn't know all these terms, because the first time we did this, the first audit I did for that, I was called because somebody said, we don't know what to do. You know, the Congress has said we need to do this, but we don't know what it means. And I was literally sort of a meta engineer, because they were like, we need to come up with some rules. And I wanted to know, so I was just asking myself, what would I like to know? And I was like, I wanted to know who could touch it. And even just read access, you know. I mean, I don't even mean chmod 777 world writable. I mean, just who can see this?
Exactly.
But I also wanted to know who could remove it, who could copy it out, and who had done that. And now I got agentic AI to worry about. And I'm like, so now I got this 24/7 thing that's running at the speed of light. It's not just some employee down in the marketing department. It's literally, you know, this thing trying to scrape me. So how do we get a handle on that?
Yeah, I mean, the only way is control. So because, you know, we can talk about, you know, detection and stuff, you know, if there is data being exfiltrated, and, you know, we can remediate that eventually with, you know, a detection tool, EDR, MDR. But the problem is that data is gone now. So the approach that, you know, the storage control is taking is to have control on who can read, who can access, what can access to that. That makes a massive difference in this approach, to make sure the data is not being used for things that are not supposed to be used for, like uploading on your browser.
I mean, and that's a real problem. I mean, that problem just started back, you know, with somebody faxing something offsite. I mean, that was literally, we saw that from a doctor's office. It was a HIPAA audit, and the doctor's office was faxing patient information to a third party. And I know it's an old example, but it's the very same thing that's going on now. If a person in a clinic takes my information and they email it, or they post it, or they let Claude have it, it's gone.
It is.
And I don't know who's on the other end of that. And we, with that HIPAA audit, that was not allowed under the HIPAA Act in the United States. And we were telling the doctor's office that you can't do this. You're not going to be able to just fax these things blindly to some third-party site. And they were like, well, how are we supposed to get our patient information over to them? And it's like, well, you're going to have to find a secure way to do it.
Exactly.
Because you can't just send it on a blind fax number, because we went to the place. Their fax was full of spam. It was out in an office. People just walking around. Anybody could grab this stuff up and make photocopies of it or whatever.
Exactly.
And now it's 1,000 times worse.
Yeah. How many times, you know, I'm looking, you know, with customers, and then they're looking at the unified audit to look, okay, who is reading, accessing, and they're asking, why this guy is using this data in this folder? Why is using, you know, a browser to upload it? Yes, why?
So you're going to help me get a sort of dashboard view of this, because this was what I could not. I mean, we tried it. I got this product called Dump ACL,
right,
which was a script, and it literally extracted all of the interrelations of all the files on this Windows server. Okay, this was in the old world.
Right.
A server. Notice that wasn't even plural. It was a server. And it was thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of pages just for that one server out of hundreds of servers. And it was just not manageable. So how do we get our hands around this?
I mean, again, the first thing is visibility, because data is all over the place, as we said. And ThreatLocker allows you, with the dashboard view, to see exactly which data is being touched by which application, by which user, and, you know, and we can, once we have that level of visibility, we can figure out, okay, which application is to access to that. It's not even a guesswork, because ThreatLocker will tell you, okay, this particular application is to run. At least you can have a list of applications that access that file, and if you see an application that shouldn't be there, you can just simply remove that, and that's it. Everything else is blocked. Yeah.
I mean, because one of the big starting points that's so difficult, I think, for people is just, what do you have?
Exactly.
I mean, even just think about yourself. I mean, you don't have to think about like a giant company spread across the world like ThreatLocker. You can literally think about just Doug.com, you know, at my house, And look at this. I got multiple devices here. They all have instances of various data on them. Some of it's synced, some of it's not synced. It's insane. I don't know what I have. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, no, definitely. But the first thing is also figure out which data is important.
Well,
important
yeah.
data. Yeah, that is it seems like obvious thing, but sometimes people they don't know. Okay, I'm working on this vertical. What is important data to me? Maybe it's not important for another
Right.
customer of mine. So the first thing should be like I'm homework and trying to figure out okay, what is my business and which data needs to access and what is important if that data gets stolen or encrypted.
So you almost need, I used to work for a government facility. They had a data classification office. Theoretically, okay, here's a sheet of paper.
Right.
This needs to have an indication on it as to what data classification. If it doesn't have one, I'm not supposed to touch it.
All right.
I'm supposed to leave it alone. I don't know what it is. I never saw it. It was never here. But, if it went over the office, it may come back marked sensitive, classified, top secret, beyond top secret. It wouldn't come back like that, but it might have come back with a guy with a rifle,
Right.
But I think I completely agree with you. But all of these steps are very challenging for every organization. From Sid's car wash to worldwide, global.
Exactly.
Because it's just a real challenge, and it's a challenge for an individual. Just say, what have I
Yes.
got and what really matters? Because I was looking the other day at my backups, because I keep getting bigger and bigger NAS at my
Right.
house. And my NAS is now in the I think 40 terabyte range.
All right.
And it was about 80% full. And I'm like, what is all this crap? And it's old videos, it's class stuff that I did in 1990, and I'm like, maybe we should purge. Of course, then I went into the physical room next door and saw the files, and I was like, okay, yeah, we're bad about this. But companies are notorious, and you may have to keep things.
Yes, of course you need.
Right. You may have 7-year requirements or whatever is in your locale is your requirement. So we start getting a handle, so we have to classify our data. Now we start to understand I'm going to say what, because I think it's a more appropriate. What
exactly.
can touch that data, and then how do I stop it from getting exfiltrated? Is that now covered?
I would say, if you think about, of course, again, we have different layers, and then each layer will
Of
protect
course, yeah.
you. But if nothing can access but the application that should be accessing to that data, the risk of being exfiltrated is extremely low. Because my backup solution, again, that is the most common example, is the only one that can see that data.
Mm-hmm.
Because every application can potentially see. The exfiltration is happening because an application that is not supposed to go there is there and taking this data and moving this data.
And do you think this problem is accelerating? Because, as we spread this across cloud instances, synced instances, now we're not just managing the data. Like I was looking at something another person was doing the other day, and that person was accessing a piece of data, and it was being changed by another person who was accessing the data at the same time, and they could see the live changes going on. And I was thinking, who all has access to this? And are there multiple instances? And what about when agentic AI gets involved in this and it's making changes faster than I can make them? And some people are, just saying, hey, ChatGPT, could you add this student to that class on that
Exactly.
spreadsheet? Do you think it's going to accelerate?
Definitely. AI is helping a lot in these accelerations because AI, it's easy to, I need to do something, I need to build my resume, for example. Okay, this is the old resume, make it better. That is important data that you are actually uploading on the, there is a combination of everything. You have the tools to protect from inside, right? But also people needs to learn what are the risks in uploading a single file. Seems like something it's simple. I'm just uploading my CV or my data. I need to do I need to write something, and then the AI is helping me. But that is bad. Could be very, very bad. So there is also education because most of the problems are the users at the end of the day, right?
Well, yeah, you know who you are.
Exactly. Everyone can make mistakes. I make mistakes myself, right?
Right. But yeah, users are usually the source of many. Although I will say that engineer, design people on the SysOps side have made a few mistakes here and there too. I've seen more than a few where somebody literally just typed chmod 777* on the server because they were like, we don't know, it didn't work, and and I'm like, you just did what? And so we've seen that. Obviously, users can share things. I had a guy yesterday sharing stuff with me, which was nothing illegal or wrong about it. But he shared a bunch of sensitive stuff with me via Dropbox, and he sent me a link, and he said, here, and I opened the link, and when I was looking inside the link, it wasn't just the thing he was sharing me. It was all kinds of stuff, and I was like, wonder what that is.
Yeah. Again, it's about, the problem is before that. It's before sharing that file.
Yeah.
This file should never be there in the first place.
Right.
And the thing is, we need to control that somehow. Storage control is one of the components that will allow you to control which data is being, but of course, we have all the other modules that will definitely improve that control over what the user can do, because again, the user will make a mistake. Even if make that mistakes in a zero trust approach, that mistake cannot be done.
So this would give me the alerts then, so I can see when the user makes that mistake and they share that file they should not have shared.
Yes, we can.
That would be great.
There will be a, you will see a deny, for example, if it's a block, and then you see, okay, this user is trying to do something that's not supposed to be doing.
I like that. Yeah. All right, thank you, Cristiano Guerrieri.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm getting there. Solution engineer at ThreatLocker. I appreciate you joining us.
Thank you so much.
It was a pleasure to talk to you. I
Pleasure
can talk to you all day about that stuff, so thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot.
And for all of you, we will be here the rest of the week at Zero Trust World 2026, so check out all our other content at securityweekly.com/Z Tango Whiskey. We'll be right back after the break. Well, here we are. They had lunch. We had lunch. It was free, so you can't beat that. And it's Zero Trust World 2026. We're still rolling. I'm Doug White from Security Weekly News, and joining me today is again, I got really lucky today because I got these sheets and they were saying, here's people you're going to talk to. And sometimes I get the sheets and I'm like, uh-oh. But today I got a whole lineup of engineers, and I got lucky and I get to talk to Amanda McCoskey, who's an onboarding solutions engineer at ThreatLocker. So thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, it's quieter now. Earlier we had the yodeling festival and the skeet shooting booth that opened next door, and it was a little crazy.
It definitely gets really loud here, but I think it's because everybody is so excited to be here to learn all the new things.
Yeah, I mean, there's
environment.
tons of people here. And so the first time I came to this conference was last year. I didn't know what to expect, and I didn't know if it was going to be a tent, a vacant lot, and Rob Allen was going to be standing like hello, or and of course it was super nice, and it was a really big time conference, and I think I've been very pleasantly surprised by again, and this year's even bigger. It's at a bigger resort, which is very nice. I know you can't see it; all you can see is lovely me, but it's a beautiful space that is Rosen Shingle, which I had never heard of.
I honestly hadn't either. The past place we had it the past several times, we actually outgrew.
Yeah.
So last year was the biggest we could have in that place, and they're like, if you get any bigger, we can't have you here.
Yeah.
So one of the reasons it actually got pushed back a couple of weeks is because there just wasn't room for us previously. So it keeps growing every year. It's wonderful.
I get that. I mean, that's a good thing, right?
It is.
That's like the worst problem to have is
Right.
like, oh yeah, we're too big for this really posh, because that venue was posh too, but this
Yeah.
is super nice.
Super nice. Yeah.
The weather's killing me.
Personally, this humidity is not my favorite either, but
Well, it hasn't topped freezing at my house in 2 months, and I've got 6 feet of snow in my yard. So walking into what sounds wonderful, like 75 Fahrenheit and breezy sunny day, and I'm like, oh, I'm sweating like a pig. I was telling somebody earlier, I was like, I look like Nixon in some of my interviews earlier. Sorry, kids. Nixon was a president who had a lot of problems with his interview present. Oh, we should talk about this, though. So your thing is something that's near and dear to my heart, which is endpoint hardening. And I did that for years, more on server side than on like desktop side, because that was not a huge thing then. And I think companies didn't really consider it a threat, and I mean, and I think today they still don't. I think there's still this sort of thing that like, oh, how can that be a threat?
Yeah.
And I'm like, really? So tell me a little bit about that. Like, how did that come into your realm?
So I actually started off with an MSP. Before that, there was hospitality, restaurant management, then back to college, and then into the MSP world. And it's one of those where I always did security and setting up my family and my friends' environments and their networks, and trying to be like, you don't want to use the default password because everybody knows the default password. It's on the back of the package. We need to change it, right? And some of those simple things that people often overlook are the biggest security vulnerabilities in their environments. And so with ThreatLocker, the product of Configuration Manager is actually one of the few products that we didn't solely develop in-house. So if you remember a company called ConnectWise years ago, they had what they called Third Wall.
Right.
That's where Configuration Manager actually started.
Okay.
And it aligned so well with our principles of zero trust that we said, all right, let me see how this is working, what is it's doing, and how can we make the ThreatLocker agent do the same thing?
Okay.
So when it comes to that endpoint hardening, we're really looking at registry key values and changes. Another way, instead of doing a GPO, instead of doing an Intune policy, but your HIPAA compliance when you need your password age, length, complexity, screensaver log, instead of you having to do that again with a GPO or Intune policy, it's a couple of clicks through the ThreatLocker portal with the same agent that's already there doing all the other controls.
So I could just take my control sheet and say, I need these things because my compliance says I must do this, 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 and this on my endpoints. Because those were questions when we were, the very first stuff I did was HIPAA, because and it was really like, I'm not big time. IBM is not calling me, call me. It was a doctor's office that called me and said, we don't even know what this means. And we've been told we have to come into compliance with it. And we were looking at those things, but we had no real, I didn't have fancy tools.
Yeah.
So I was literally looking at things. And one of the first things they did at the doctor's office was hack into their system to show them I said, I mean, this was all in scope. You know, I broke into the doctor's computer, and you know, he said, well, yeah, but you know, genius people. I'm like, thanks, I guess. I was like, but you know, he was like, so how do you do that kind of stuff? And I was like, well, see this little tag right here? It has a default password on it. And like you just said, and your default password is still there. And he goes, no, I changed the password. And I said, well, yeah, I didn't break into your account. I broke into the admin account. Because why would I want your account when I could just be admin and I can do whatever I want? And I could change your password to I am an idiot. But yeah.
Yeah. Those are the challenges, right? The people, the doctors, we love them, right? They're life-saving. The lawyers, right? They have a different mindset than what most IT professionals have, right? Someone gets a new phone and like, oh, what can I do with this phone? An IT person goes, what can I make this phone do, right? There's that two different mindsets and shifts in it. And so, the wonderful thing about it, there's no Active Directory required. So the small mom and pop hospital doctors' offices, right? You're able to go ahead and set those complexity requirements up without having to buy a separate server to manage it.
And that's going to hit like every endpoint you have.
If you got ThreatLocker on it,
because
absolutely.
that was the other thing we saw evolution in doctors' offices was all of a sudden doctors went from carrying a clipboard to carrying an iPad. And leaving the iPad laying on the table wide open and just assuming somebody wouldn't go in there and push some buttons for amusement's sake. And it was really hard to talk to doctors because, like you said, I mean, we appreciate doctors helping us when we're sick, but they were very bad about, I don't need something limiting me. You know, I don't want to log in every time I go in a room. And it was like, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I need you to log in because you don't know who's going to be sitting in that lobby, who's going to be sitting in that waiting room, waiting to see, can I just press a few buttons and get in, right? What can I plug in? Can I reach the ports in the environment and plug something into an open port and just leave it to keylog and monitor things? So there's a lot of ways that people, if they have access to systems, could compromise it. Now, will they always? No, but do you want to take that risk? They could.
Well, I mean, I think my best endpoint story was when my daughter was being born, which tells you where I am, and my wife was in labor, and the anesthesiologist came in to do an epidural, which is where they stick a needle in your spine. It's a lovely, and this person was screaming in another room, and you know, it was a birthing center, you know, a lot of screaming kind of stuff, and they had these terminals sitting there, and I noticed that it was Linux, and I was like, I bet I could see what's going on in the other room, and I just switched terminals, and I could see her stats. And the anesthesiologist was like, okay, that is bad, because if you left that up there, and I thought her heart rate was racing, and I was like, yeah, you could kill her, right? I was like, let me put it back. And my wife's like, I'm over here, if nobody minds, I have a needle stuck in my spine. And I'm like, I could show you how to break the password file. But, I mean, that kind of stuff can be actually life-threatening. I mean, it's a serious issue with HIPAA, but it's a serious issue for like SOCs or anything else as well, because if you I mean, just logging out of your machine, you know, leaving it set, because we went in there so many times, and I would just walk through the cube farm and go, that one's logged in, and like, we're in, you know, I'm going to set up and I had a script. I'm going to set up an account for myself real quick, go peek, 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 and I'm out. And the person comes back from the coffee room, and they have no idea I sat down at their little station.
Yeah, or every single user account is the exact same with every single password, the exact same, just to make it easy for the nurses to not have to remember what station to log in where.
You don't even know. Well, you do know.
Yeah,
I was like, oh my God. Well, this was a multinational, and literally they had hundreds of IT people. They all had the same account. It was just IT1 and the same password for every single one of them, and I was like, you don't even know who's logging in. You know, is it him or is it me? Because I know the password. And he was like, how did you get the password? I was like, how did I get it? Was it some elaborate ESP, or did I just walk around and saw it on a Post-it note, and now I own the whole place? And you know, and I literally, when I was doing those audits, I usually didn't have my badge. I had a corporate badge, but I didn't wear it. And I just walked in off the street. Nobody knew who I was. I walked right past the front desk like I was supposed to be there, and I was up there walking around the floors. And
the hidden visibility of carrying a clipboard or a ladder and having a tool built. Oh, let me open the door for you because your hands are full and you're here obviously to do some work for us.
Being nice is the best one.
It's so nice. My hands are full. I've got coffee. Can you get please open the door for me?
It might mean we're sociopaths. It might not. But I mean, it was like the ability to just stare somebody in the face and not look nervous and not look like you're up to something was everything. And I mean, I was too lazy to carry a ladder, but it's a good idea, and it would have been helpful sometimes. But but I mean, a ladder is always a useful thing. Right?
Very useful tool to have
So,
sometimes.
so you are trying to help people manage the incredible landscape that exists now, because I was talking to Eoin McGrath earlier, and I was like, this laptop, this phone, my desktop in Rhode Island, another computer I know about are all syncing files, and these files and those files, and I'm like, and that stuff's all out there, and how you would manage that, it's just not the old mainframe computer room.
It's not. It's not. And the scope is always changing. So with Configuration Manager, we're started with probably 30 policies. Probably in policies there stumbled me, right? We're up to over 70, almost 80 policies.
I'm sure.
So anything from, again, setting that age password length, turning off IPv6. A couple of protocols in there I tell every single one of my partners to check into is the quick transfer protocol. And if you're not familiar with that, basically that's something that Facebook set up to bypass your inspection through traffic leaving. Instead of it being HTTP or HTTPS, pretend like you're UDP and go out that fast lane and don't even get looked at. So all of your content filters that are relying on HTTP traffic, they're bypassing those with that quick protocol.
Yeah.
And we can turn them off with just a couple of clicks through Configuration
nice.
Manager.
Because I was doing high schools, and that was the first place I got into like endpoint things, because I was in this program where the state, not Rhode Island, but a state was paying real consultants to go work for high schools. And it was, I was shocked. I shouldn't have been shocked, but I was just absolutely shocked. And it's like, oh yeah, I teach English, but I got stuck managing the network because I had a computer. And the kids are just running amok with it. And yeah, people are using, and of course, none of the people there had a clue. When you said HTTP, HTTPS, UDP, they would have been like, what? What are those things, and why should I worry about them? But the kids knew, and they were getting access to this. So that's a pretty terrifying thing too. So these policies, these can literally be linked into my compliance controls that put me in compliance. So I could almost do, wow, I'm jealous. I could almost do just a checkbox going, these policies are in place that are being run by this centralized administration. And then I guess I could do some tests real quick, because those would be quick tests.
Right.
I just go sit down at a cubicle and go, can I do this? No, I can't. Can I do this? No. Can I do this? No. We're done. Thanks. We're good.
So one of our tools, and if you haven't already had a conversation, I'm sure you will later, our defense against configurations, that is what it's trying to highlight to do. In it, I can see a compliance control that is with NIST or CMMC or GCRC. I used to say, how many different flavors of security compliance do we need? Because it's all the same thing. Just protect the data, make sure your end users are locked down so that they can't access data, right? But with it, we can literally say, this is something that is required by all of these compliances. Here's how you go do it in Configuration Manager. Here's the policy for you so that you can just link it directly.
Let me expand it a bit. So just like my old lab, which was simple, and this later lab, which was less simple, and today is less simple again. Now we're adding ephemerals and agents and non-human agents and all these things, which are all essentially endpoints. I mean, an ephemeral is an endpoint to me, regardless. How does this expand? Is it the same kind of model in that space?
So really it's functioning around the ThreatLocker agent that's sitting on your OS, right?
Okay.
So we're running kernel level. With it, your Windows 7 and newer, right? Server 2008 fully patched and newer, because there's a particular .NET framework we need that came out with the last patch on 2008. We're able to run on those OSs, also Macs. We're working on a Linux agent as well. And so if it can run the ThreatLocker agent, we can push these security controls to them, whether it be a registry key or a script of some sort to make that change physically on that endpoint.
So if I put that in my Docker, and it's a true ephemeral, it's not even like a persistent Docker, which, I mean, Docker was always supposed to be ephemeral. I would just put those agents in my ephemeral instantiation, and so when it pops up, you would see that.
You put it in your golden image when you set that
Well,
up.
yeah, right.
And then once it's there, when it's spun up, even if it's a new one spun up, it's going to have that control set every time it spins up.
That's kind of a dreamy thing to me, because I've seen so much problems with that. Because you being an engineer, me being an engineer, we know how engineers are. If you think doctors are problematic, wait till you meet engineers. And engineers are really bad, and me too, about just throwing things together that they need, or because I was an engineer in the old gum rubber boot, just solved a problem day. Who cares about anything else? We need a server, make a server. Server made,
Duct tape and baling wire is what we used to call it.
Exactly, and that made people happy because they got things done, but it makes people very sad when they get absolutely annihilated later because there's so much of that stuff. And I've seen people, spinning up 100 ephemerals a day, and they were completely insecure. And of course, then there's another piece, the cloud. So now I got ephemerals I don't even control. They're off somewhere else. And I mean, obviously, we could put agents on there too, right?
As long as you can get to that OS, that image, you can put it on there. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to worry about what Amazon. I am going to worry, but for my control as a CISO or whatever, I'm not going to worry about what Amazon's doing below my level. But if I've got engineers spinning up ephemerals on AWS or Azure or whatever, then my golden image is just yanking those agents in, and then they pop up on my dashboard. And so I'm going, what are these? And I can call over and go, Dr. Fong, what are this? You have 12 new ephemerals. What are they doing? And they go, oh yeah, that's an experiment we're running. And okay.
Yeah.
Until they break out of that. So they're like, oh yeah, I installed a new operating system I wrote myself. And then we're back to like setting up drivers on Gentoo. Can I get these agents to run on this version of Linux? Okay, well, thank you, Amanda Mikowski. We're still here at Zero Trust World. We have all our coverage from Cyber Risk Alliance. I'm Doug White. Visit securityweekly.com/ZTango whiskey ZTW, and you can check out all this content, even if you missed it live. But stick around, and we'll be right back with more interviews here at Zero Trust World. right, it's Doug White. We're back at Zero Trust World 2026. I love the idea of zero trust because it just represents my whole worldview. And it's sunny here in Florida. Hey, suckers, I know what it's like where you are, maybe, but at least at my house, because I called my wife earlier and she told me that it was like, well, the sun came out for the first time in 2 weeks. But regardless, I get the pleasure of talking to Eric Jansen now, who is a solutions engineer at ThreatLocker. Thanks for coming down here.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. It's a
great
opportunity. And it's been pretty sunny recently, but you missed the cold weather. We got hit pretty hard a couple weeks ago.
No, my driver last night was telling me it was like below freezing here.
Right. And remember, us Floridians, we're pretty warm-blooded these days. So if it's under like 72, I've got a jacket on.
No,
right?
I know. Yeah. I've been down here when it was like 68 degrees and people are wearing like, anorak ski gear and,
the
like,
Canadian Goose or whatever.
Exactly. And I'm like, wow, are you not hot in that? I'm like wearing shorts because, I'm sort of more of a cold weather person. But you get used to whatever the weather is.
Absolutely.
That's why I'm sweating because I literally have just gotten used to it being so cold for so long. And I come down here and it's like last night it was like 60 degrees and I was like, wow, this is hot.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, man. That's great.
Today seems a little warm, but we wanted to talk about remote workforce issues, and I think for me the modern incarnation of this started with the pandemic.
Absolutely.
And at my institution, and of course the pandemic was a terrifying time, no one really knew what was going on, but I literally got notified at like 3 or 4 p.m. And they said, as of tomorrow, no one will be allowed in any building on campus for the foreseeable future. We have no idea. They said, prepare for a year or more. And I was like, what? Wait. And they were like, you need to take measures to ensure you can continue to do your job. And I was like, I have all these servers and a lot of it. I mean, it's all on-prem stuff. But I was do I have... And I had a lot of stuff. But some of it did involve me driving over there when it failed.
Yeah.
And I did sneak on campus a couple of times. And fortunately, I knew the guards and the police. And I called the police and was like, can you take me down here? Because I got to go in there because this thing went down and we don't know how to get back into it.
Right.
So is that, for you, a sort of modern gateway into this issue?
Absolutely. Like during my session later today, that's kind of my opener really is like, hey, the landscape has changed, right? In terms of where the organization lies, right? The local intranet is really no more. Like the internet is the new network, right? Internally. Most people were not prepared for that change, right? It was, hey, I have everything inside of this organization. I can walk over to the desk. I can, manage somebody. I can help them out with an issue. I know what's happening in my network. Now we've taken that and said, hey, you're halfway across the country. I still need to be able to manage you, see what you're doing, block certain things from happening. And how do I do that from a remote perspective? That's tough. And that's kind of the question I'm trying to get at and trying to answer during my session.
It's a good question, and I think that it also created a kind of lifting of strictures that had been there forever, because if I had gone to, and I run my own sort of inside network separate from the university, so I have nothing to do with the university's network, but I have to cooperate with them.
Right.
And if I had gone to them, a year before the pandemic and said, I want to set this up so I can access all these resources from home, they would have said, under no circumstances.
Yeah, that's not secure, right?
We can't do that.
Right.
We can't. And I mean, in just a few years before that, students when they came on campus with laptops, were required to put an image. They had to be wiped and have a new image installed on them before they could connect to the network.
Sure.
And now suddenly we send home 6,000, we're a really small school, 6,000 students are sent home and told work from home with whatever you've got.
Yeah.
And I got students that are saying, I can't connect to this because I'm working on a 20-year-old gateway computer, and I don't know what to do. And I'm like, oh my, and when you start thinking about that in terms of a large enterprise, it's absolutely terrifying.
Absolutely, yeah. And there's two main ways that breaches happen at the endpoint, right? The endpoint is kind of obviously our space, right? That's where we put these controls in place, as we call them, these modules, controls. But there's two ways that breaches really seem to happen on the endpoint. And you're familiar with this. It's malware executing or / like a misuse of an application, right? Like somebody is using a PowerShell or command prompt inside their trusted environment to do something bad. And then you have the network side of things, right? There's a port open on a machine. There's a port with poor security authentication behind it. And so how do you protect both of those things when this person is maybe, 10 minutes down the road, 500 miles away. You have to
5,000.
have something there that can monitor and control these things. And that's really where those two pieces I just mentioned, the application control from our perspective and our network control is what we kind of have to step in there.
And this is not exactly endpoint, but one of my most dire warnings that I've issued to people for years and years and years, and I still do it, and if you watch my show, you've heard me do it, is about management ports.
Right.
And you see breaches on this constantly because these
Absolutely.
things were never designed to be exposed to the open internet. But guess what everybody did during the pandemic?
You have to
They're
open it up.
we're sending our Cisco administrators home. What
Yeah.
do we do? And we've got 12 hours to fix this. And they're literally just running cable into these management ports and going, okay, we'll just open the ports on the firewall and they're good. And you saw that. I saw a company that somebody I know well works for, and she basically was told, yeah, just connect a remote desktop. And I was like, I thought they didn't allow you to do that.
Yeah.
And she's like, well, they're allowing it now. And they basically open port 3389 on their firewall, and all of a sudden it's like Wild West.
3389 is one of my favorite kind of examples to give when I'm talking to clients, obviously, right? Everybody knows that. Everybody says they know it, but 70% of network-based attacks are leveraging RDP. Those are Microsoft stats, right? It's a very open thing. And then people are like, oh, well, we changed the default port. It's like, if I'm a bad guy, if I'm on the network, I have a port scanner, a port sniffer. Yeah, exactly. I can see what's out there, right? And one of the issues, and this kind of wraps directly into one of my favorite modules to talk about, which is that network control piece from ThreatLocker, is organizations. I mean, I talk to Fortune 500 companies, small schools, it doesn't matter. I say, hey, what are you guys doing for the firewall, right? And they say, oh, we've got X, Y, and Z network firewall-wise, which is great, right? That's your north-south traffic, is how I say, of course. But I say, no, what are you guys doing for the east-west traffic? Like, once we're on the endpoint, once I'm in that network, what is letting me bounce around and see things on the endpoints? And they say, what do you mean? We have Windows firewall. That's not good enough, right? And a lot of solutions out there, they say, oh, well, hey, we'll help you manage the endpoint firewall. It's a lever and switch for the Windows firewall, which uses static ACLs.
I know that face.
Not great.
There's a face that you get when you mention that east-west. It's just like,
well, what is that? We don't want to talk about that.
East-west?
Yeah.
What does that mean? I'm like, we have a firewall. We spent a lot of money on it. I'm like, although I will tell you a funny firewall story. They had bought a very sophisticated enterprise firewall, right?
Sure.
And the guy said, we don't know what's going on. I have written thousands of rules on this is a Cisco firewall. And he said, I've written thousands of rules. And he said, everything works, but these people keep getting in. And he said, and I don't know how to audit these rules.
Okay.
And I said, okay, well, we just have to start by going through them. I mean, that's what we're going to have to do.
Sure.
And I said, why do you have thousands of rules? That's crazy. And he was like, well, it's just, we keep trying to block things. And I open it up, the very first rule in the system, I don't know if you're a Cisco person, but the very first rule says permit IP any.
Oh boy.
At the very top of the
default
list.
allow, effectively.
And I said, well, you don't need thousands of rules. You have the only rule that's getting used right here at the top. Did you never look at the hit counts?
Yeah, it's a top-down approach, right?
It is,
We're not hitting anything
below
below that.
rule.
Yeah.
So he goes, well, if we take that rule out, nothing works. And I'm like, okay, so yeah, maybe you need to be fired. But
Right.
I mean, that stuff is just terrifying to me. But I think everybody went down that rabbit hole, and it's not totally their fault.
Sure.
Because a lot of us had 12 hours, maybe 24 hours to try to not only build a solution, but to secure said solution. And when we got to I need a VPN, and they went, oh, we don't have budget for that. You're going to have to wait for 3 years to get budget for that. And you're like, well, I'm going to use Open VPN. It only costs a little bit. I'll pay for it out of my pocket, which is what I did.
Yeah.
And, and I got that set up, but it was terrifying because I couldn't go back. I was like, if I don't get this working, I don't know what I'm going to do.
Well, that's dangerous, and not to pivot away from the network side. I think you made some great points there, but it's the other side of it, like I mentioned, is the application side, right? When your students went out, right, and now they're out in the wild, effectively. How are you exactly managing what's on their computer? And a lot of people say, it's funny. I talk to clients all the time, and they say, well, Eric, we don't have local administrators. People can't just run what they want. And I ask them, I say, are bad guys writing software to Microsoft standards? Are they not? Is there not a way you can run things portably? Are we thinking about getting around the administrative aspect of things here?
And and I've seen this with employees at enterprise level too. So not just a school, but I had people coming in and saying, well, I've got 6 people sharing one computer in a 2-bedroom apartment in the Bronx, and my little sister uses it, and my little brother uses it, and my dad uses it, and we all use it, and and like they have all kinds of stuff installed. You know, and I'm like, oh my god.
What do those things have access to, right? Like people don't think about that. It's
crazy.
One of the examples I use the clients is like, okay, when you download the McDonald's app on your iPhone, right, or your Android phone, one of the things that those devices do really well, those mobile devices, when you open it up for the first time, it says, hey, give me permission to GPS, right? The location, give me access to contacts or photos.
Yes.
Do you see that with like workstation server software? Because I don't, right? When you allow an application to run, it's kind of a 1 or 0. It's yes, we want this application, or we don't want this application.
Yes.
And that's
I
dangerous.
mean, Windows does at least ask you, do you want to allow admin? But I think, you know, now you're not using security professionals to install stuff.
Absolutely.
You got students and employees on the phone going, I need to work. I got to access this. It's popping up messages, and I can assure you that plenty of people in that era were just going, look, just click okay, just click okay. When it says okay, and then guess what? It's running with admin.
Yeah, what's the application called? Tell me. Oh, it's called Google Update EXE. Okay, I guess we'll let you run it. Like,
sure,
we don't know. How do we confirm what those things are, right? That's something.
And I'm still
we try
terrified
to answer.
by this today because I see that stuff all the time. I see enterprise employees working from home. I've been in people's homes when I was sort of shoulder surfing them, and I was like seeing what they were doing, and I'm like, so you guys don't use a VPN? And the guy was like, what's a VPN? And I was like, so you just like, and I was like, what do you, and he showed me this app. And it was just literally like a home rolled app, and he pops it open and it connects to their whole network. And I was like, would you mind letting me look at that for just a second? I promise I won't do anything bad. And I literally had full-blown access to the entire company, including very, very, personal and confidential files, payroll, financials.
Yeah.
And I was like, and you're just sitting here in your living room on this machine and no VPN and Wild West.
Well, it's one of those things, like I'm fortunate enough at ThreatLocker to be one of the few employees that's remote, right? I actually work over in the Tampa Bay area. And I remember when I started, I was like, man, this is a zero trust company, and I'm being able to be allowed outside of the network. Like, this seems odd. This seems like, at odds with what our kind of mantra is, right, as an organization. And then I realized, because we're implementing things on the network control side of things, right? We're using an elevation control module to kind of manage the local admin privilege out there without ever having admins. We're using this application control thing. So even if I have super admin access to a PowerShell, my PowerShell cannot be used to access files. It can't be used to go out to the web in general. It can't access BitLocker to start encrypting things. I cannot really be had, right, in my environment, even though I'm sitting on my couch or wherever it may be at home.
And just so you know, I think ThreatLocker controls a lot of this stuff that we're talking about. So we're not really spending a lot of time with the product, but that's okay. That you get the idea. I did want to add that I think the threat fabric expanded again now that we see the cloud-based networks.
Sure.
Because now I can go on a cloud site, I can set up a virtual switch, I can have employees connecting to the virtual switch, to the virtual firewall, and east-west traffic is now not just flowing like in this building. It's flowing from Indonesia to some switch who I have no idea where that is located, and I got employees connected to that switch all over the world, and that's super cool. But it's also incredibly scary because now that threat from that one person's machine is amplified.
Bouncing around.
Yeah, and it literally, you don't even know. So you would be able to get to a dashboard or something that's going to show me that fabric. I mean, because that's the picture I always wanted to see. When we were doing audits back in like 2000, that was the picture, or even in the 90s, that was the picture I wanted to see that no one had. Yeah. Because I would say, what does this look like? Yeah. And they're just like, I think Ted drew a diagram, of that. And is Ted here today? And they're like, Ted died in 89. Oh, no. And I'm like, yeah, and this is IPX SPX. Oh my gosh. And they're like, well, I don't know what those words mean. And and you're like, okay, so this is your network diagram says 1987 on it. And yeah, we have no idea what you have and what's connected where. And in an enterprise, as all of you know, and you can't just go in and start slamming doors.
No, absolutely not.
You're going to be fired pretty quick.
And that's something, not to get too nitty gritty into our tools exactly here, but we have a piece in there, right? It's core to the platform. It's called a unified audit. It's kind of exactly what you're talking about, right? Like I need to see everything. I need to see every file that's touched. I need to see every network that's being utilized, every application that's using traffic in and outbound. I need to know what all this stuff is before I can start tightening things down, right? Before I can start implementing an actual
Because
zero
that's what
trust
we were trying to do. I mean, I was an internal auditor, so I wasn't doing the external audit. I was trying to help them prepare for the external audit, and that was what I wanted, because it was doomsday. Because I was like, you have to know this stuff. You have to know what that IP is right there. I'm like, what is that? And they're like, I don't know.
No idea.
And I'm like, it's a static IP. I pinged it, and I nmapped it, and it looks like it might be an AS400. You know, and they're like, we have an AS400, Bill?
Where's that?
We have an AS400. Where is that? And there was literally one.
It's in a closet or something, right?
It was in somebody's house.
There you go. Yeah.
She had taken it home. She didn't even work there anymore.
Oh my gosh.
Loved the AS400. She's the only person that supported it when she got downsized.
Right.
She offered to take it home and manage it.
That's wild.
So yeah, I mean, I think that the product that I've talked to a lot of your people today. I think the product sounds really juicy to me. Like I wish I had it, because I think it would really change that audit effect. Not to pitch an ad even, but it sounds like exactly what I wanted. That didn't exist at that. I should have invented it then. I'd be the CEO of ThreatLocker. Yeah, but
yeah, I'd be calling you Danny Jacobs.
you would
right?
be. Yeah, you'd be saying, "Oh, I like your new Bugatti." But, yeah. Anyway, so Eric, thank you for coming down today. For all our Zero Trust World 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/Z Tango Whiskey. Stick around, and we'll be right back with more interviews here at Zero Trust World in sunny Orlando. It's Zero Trust World 2026. I'm Doug White. We're still here. We're still on site here at the Rosen Shingle Resort in Orlando, Florida. For my next interview, I get the luxury of talking to Bruce Mines, who's a solution engineer at ThreatLocker. Thanks, Bruce, for coming down here.
Hey, thanks for having me, Doug.
I know you're very busy here. I mean,
Oh, man, yeah.
The first time I got invited to this was last year, and I didn't know what to expect. I mean, I was very familiar with ThreatLocker because they sponsor my show. Thank you. And I knew Rob and things like that, and I knew it was not an insignificant concern.
Right.
But I wasn't sure if I was going to show up and they were going to have like a table set up on a vacant lot or something like that. Hey. And instead it was this huge thing.
Yeah.
And then this year it's huger.
Yeah, it's bigger.
And they had to move to a bigger resort.
Yeah.
And it's just there's all kinds of people here and all kinds of cool stuff out there.
Yeah. No, it's a good time. A lot of people, a lot of hacking labs going on, and people taking exams, and I'm doing demos.
Is that cyber hero exams? Is that what they're taking?
cyber hero exams. Absolutely.
Yeah, I've read about that, and I talked to them quite a bit last year about like potential use of that model in some of the classes I teach, because I teach an intrusion detection class.
Yeah.
And I had talked to them about that, and I think they're slowly churning toward that academic model because as usual they're used to dealing with enterprise, and when they come to academics and they're like, well, so what's your budget like for this kind of stuff? And it's like, well, I think we got $36 this year that could be allocated to that. Now you are in the defense the configuration defense space. Is that fair?
Yeah. That's fair. I'm in the zero trust space. And that kind of comes with it, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
it's to me, it's one of those really terrifying fabrics of our modern networks, because you and I were talking before this segment, and I was talking about managing the mainframe and having absolute control, and if I don't like you, I might not let you in that day, and all these things. But today, our networks and our endpoints are not only scattered across the planet and interconnected east-west on who knows what, but we also have a massive variety of endpoints and endpoint types. And we've just recently added ephemerals like Dockers and things like this. And now we're adding agentic AI. And all of these things, to me anyway, count as endpoints. And all of them have configurations.
Correct.
And all of those configurations actually need to be managed.
Right.
I mean, so is that your space?
Well, that is our space, right? And like you said, they're geographically dispersed. It all comes in all types and flavors. If we can get an agent on it and we can manage it, then we can look at the holes in the environment, and we want to plug those holes. Yeah.
I mean, so one of the things that I keep coming back to is, of course, what I call gold images, and I think most everybody does that. So I think the biggest catch here would be if you can't install the agent.
Right.
Because of it's unique.
Correct.
Or it's a home rolled operating system or something crazy like that, or it's an ephemeral. And I've seen those.
Yeah.
How do we deal with that changing landscape? I mean, how do we deal with this as it comes about?
Well, so I don't know how we're going to deal with it, because we're always going to require an agent, okay, for this solution, right? Now, we will be able to see other things on the network, but we're not going to be able to manage them, obviously. And so, when we're looking at something like when we're talking about defense against configurations, right? So we're going to be able to, for those endpoints that we are managing, look at over 100 configurations, 180 actually, configurations in the environment. And then let you know, okay, are we passing? Are we failing? Do we need to put in policies to satisfy some of these, right?
So those 180 are policies that reflect, for lack of a better word, compliance documents.
Yeah. So, it's mainly things that need to be configured in your environment. But by the way, if you look at the different compliance frameworks, they satisfy controls in the different compliance frameworks, right? So what we've done is we've loaded the compliance frameworks into the platform also. Okay.
And that's what I wanted.
Right. And so now we can say, all right, so you're doing pretty good on these 70, right? But there's another 50 that's iffy, and then there's 30 more that's more critical. Okay, we need to get some policies here, and we're going to make your environment safer, give you nice security posture rating, oh, by the way, you have to be CMMC compliant, or this NIST compliant, right?
Right.
ISO, right? These controls will be satisfied if we put these policies in place.
That's so nice.
Yeah.
Because when I first started doing HIPAA in the 90s,
Right.
there wasn't a lot of guidance.
Yeah.
It was kind of like make it safe.
Yeah. Yeah.
And in a lot of these doctors' offices and even hospitals and hospital chains
Right.
didn't have much in the way of IT, and they had no security staff.
Right.
They've got a
Yeah.
guy who, maybe writes a few scripts, changes toner cartridges, whatever,
Yeah.
keeps the X-ray machine
Yep.
operational.
Yep.
And suddenly, this idea, like one of the first ones I ever did, a guy said, "How do we begin to approach this?" And this was a hospital. And I said, "Well, you need," and just like you were saying, I was like, "There's basic hygiene."
Yes.
Like you should shower daily. I was trying to put it in a healthcare perspective. I was like, don't eat that 50% off sandwich I ate last night at the airport, because I did, because I was hungry, but it was like, it's a gamble. I may not be here in the future, but oh well.
Right.
But I mean, there's this basic level of security hygiene that they didn't have.
Yeah.
Like you don't even have logins.
Right.
There's a computer sitting in an exam room in the hospital. I sit down and it hit the space bar. I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm not an Uber hacker. I'm not a genius, even though they're going, "Whoa, you're like a super nerd." And it's like, no, I'm not. Look, I'm in. I'm like, okay, I'm a super nerd, but I'm in. And they don't really understand it. So that's the first tier.
The base, yeah.
That was, to me, that had nothing to do with HIPAA.
Yeah.
That had nothing to do with SOX.
Right.
That was
It's
just
common sense. Yeah.
I'm like, you're going to get abused here. And then on top of that is this sort of, now where does it go?
Right.
What does HIPAA say we have to do? We
Yeah.
have to protect patient records. We have to make sure these IDs are not being disseminated.
Correct.
You got to quit faxing those patient sheets to some rando number you dialed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we did a test on that. I was like, did you realize I was looking at your fax sends and like 3 times you accidentally screwed up and you sent to this number?
Yeah.
And the guy's like, really? What is that number? And I'm like, well, I investigated that. It's a used car dealership.
Right.
So you sent this thing that says that I've got this terrible disease to some used car salesman, and and you're like, you can't do that. So that's the next set of policies.
Right.
And then I'm sure on top of that, there's a what if? Wouldn't it be nice if we did this too?
Correct.
Because maybe HIPAA doesn't cover everything that's good. And that's an always shifting landscape, right?
Yeah, and I've got, so we have plenty of customers that they don't even have to be, they're not adhering to certain compliance frameworks, but they like to follow them.
Yeah.
Because they know it's going to keep them safe, right?
I mean, I know it's a tough sell to upper management because you come in and go, this is going to cost money.
Yeah.
But it's like, why wouldn't you do that? I mean,
Yeah.
I remember having that conversation with a school district, and they were subject to FERPA.
Yeah.
But they didn't have anything. And they didn't, they were like, we can't afford this. And
Yeah.
it was really tough for them because it was like, and it's not just about, just turn this lever. And this is in the past.
Right.
Turn this lever and all your problems are solved. And I'll come back in 6 months and make sure everything's okay, which is what they wanted.
Right.
But so with that kind of product, I can kind of do that.
Yeah, I was going to say, so that's a good analogy, right? So now I've got 180 different levers that you can turn, right? And try to get closer, to being, getting your security posture closer to 100%. Now, everything is not going to be managed by us, like we were talking about earlier, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to give you the ability to say, oh, by the way, I've got another product over here that's taking care of this configuration. All right, so I can check that box, okay? Now, we're not going to increase your rating because you told us, because we can't verify it.
Right.
But we'll let you check that box, right? Because not everybody. Some people just want to get a high rating just so.
So you would have almost cost me my audit job because now instead of me spending 6 months on site writing scripts trying to fix this and analyze your who can access this file and whatever.
So we wouldn't have cost you your job. We would have given you a nice report that you could have taken the leadership and says, okay, this is where we were and this is where we're at now because of the things that I put into place.
Yeah, but that was kind of my job. I wrote the report. So, I mean, as a consultant, because companies had no choices on this. There were no tools, there were no products, there was nobody doing it.
Yeah.
I won't say the name of the very, very large accounting firm that we were working with. They had no idea.
Yeah.
They literally, the first time we did this audit, a multinational.
Yeah.
I mean, this company got 35,000 employees worldwide.
Wow.
And that's just employees. They had millions of customers worldwide. This firm sent 3 accountants, no background, and they showed up and they gave them a document, the congressional ruling on SOX, and said, here, make sure they're doing this.
Yeah.
And it basically said, keep the company safe. The Congress.
So Doug, that's still happening though.
Oh,
I mean,
is.
you know,
Oh,
a lot
it
of
is.
we work with a lot of large organizations. They don't have a large team dedicated to that type of work. And so a tool like Defense Against Configurations makes that easier.
Okay.
Right? So now you just have to make sure you get the agents out there. And now you can make sure you plug all those holes, all of the configurations in the environment can be satisfied to the best of your ability, and then start tracking it. Generate the reports.
Well, there's no way, I think, even back when I was doing this, there was no way for a human really to pursue this on that level, because the first time I ever did this, one of the things we started with was show me a file.
Yeah.
Guy opens it up, pulls up, Explorer or something, and I said, just pick one on the screen there, just anyone, just highlight it.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, who can touch that file?
Right. Yeah.
And he was like, I don't know, how would I know that? And the answer was, well, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't even about what's on your network. They couldn't answer that question either. Or how many endpoints you have. Oh, we don't know.
Yeah.
Or who's using them. Oh, we don't know.
Yeah.
It was literally unbelievable, because I used a tool that was called dump ACL or something like that. It was
Okay.
just a script.
Right.
And it deconstructed the Windows registry stuff into a list.
Yeah. Yeah.
We did one file, and it was hundreds of pages
Yeah.
of. I'm like, oh my God. And I'm like, how many files are on an average Windows system? Like millions.
Yes.
And how many of those files are important, and the company has no idea.
Yeah.
I'm like, so here's one. This says payroll. Is that important or not important? And the guy's like, I don't know, open it and see. And I'm like, oh, well, let's just open it. Like,
Yeah.
So one of the big breach areas today is, of course, configurations of bit buckets, of all this stuff. And one of my big problems currently is ephemerals. And the idea that I can jump on Amazon or on Azure, and this has nothing to do with Amazon or Azure. It's about the space.
Right.
And I can spin up an ephemeral or a static workstation. I can spin up a Windows workstation on Azure, and I've got an employee in Indonesia using it.
Right. There should be a control, though. There should be a control in place that would prevent you from doing that. And so that's another one of these configurations that's in there. This is another one of application policies that's in there.
I agree. But there's usually not. And you got companies that are just literally, and you're going, so what's in your network? And they show you some picture, and you go, this is dated 1995. and I'm like, so I just opened this account you gave me on Amazon, and I spun up a Linux ephemeral, and I just installed, I don't know, a script. I have a lot of scripts that don't really do anything, but they're representative of malware, so they act like malware. They don't actually hurt you. They just maybe pop up a window that says gotcha or something.
Right.
And I'm like, dude, that took 5 minutes, and I just loaded my malware on here, and guess what? It's got access to everything in your company.
Exactly. So you should have already had application control going, right?
Yep.
Because that's the bread and butter, right? The Defense Against Configurations is going to look at the rest of those configurations that need to be put into place. But that's one of them, right? So anything that gets spun up that's not already permitted should be blocked.
So you see that, and you say, no. Doug's doing something wacky.
Yeah. Put in a request. And, right?
Yeah,
put in a request.
Send us a request to say, I need this ephemeral, and it's going to do these things. And then you say you're going to put my agent on it.
Yes.
And now I'll monitor it for you, and all will be well. Because I really feel like, as I saw that, even in just a limited context, it was almost impossible.
Yeah.
I mean, when we first started looking at that, I said, this is problematic because I don't know how to do this. And every single user in this company is creating files every day.
Right.
And I have no idea who accesses those files, who can access them, who can delete them. And I said, it's impossible.
Yeah.
And it's still like that. I mean, it's still crazy because I just see it all the time, and everybody's linked together.
Yeah.
And now you got agentic AI creating files too.
Right. And so and you're spot on. It's still like that. Right? So you need to have things like application control in place, ring fencing, storage control. You're talking about being able to control who or what has access to different files, different network shares, storage devices, et cetera, right? So you need to have those things in place, and we offer that, and then we layer the defense against configurations on top of it. Let's just do a daily scan, make sure that everything's
And
still
that
clicking.
means when I'm working with audit, I come in and you give me a list and go, here's all the things that are here.
Yeah.
And I'm going to do maybe a small amount of testing to prove that you're not lying.
Right.
Because everybody lies. You don't, but a lot of people do. You know, I mean, that was, you guys do this, right? Oh, of course we do. It's like that checklist they get from their insurance company that says, you have this and this and this, because I did a lawsuit with that.
Yeah.
And I was like just interviewing them going, so you said that you did this. And the guy's like, yes. And I'm like, tell me how you do that.
Right.
And he's like, okay, we don't do that. You know, and you're just like, oh my God, how many of these are lies? And he's like, pretty much all of them.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
So I think this is really nice, and I would love to see this. I wish I could go back in time and take this with me.
Yeah.
And I mean, then I would be rich.
You'd be a rock star.
I would be. I would be rich. You'd be interviewing me.
Exactly.
And I wouldn't be taking your interviews. I'd be like, no, thank you. I don't need this crap. But yeah, I think that's wonderful, and I hope to see more. I think we need this desperately.
Oh, absolutely.
Because I think it's about to get even worse. Because like I say, I know one of the things I use Claude for, and you should give me free Claude, is I dictate to it.
Right.
So like I do homework problems to help my students. So I do like a video of me doing them.
Yeah.
And I literally dictate what I'm doing to Claude, and it makes these really nice forms. But guess what? It's saving a file on my desktop.
Right,
You know, it's
correct.
literally saving a file for
Correct.
me. I have to approve it because I have it set that way,
Right.
but I don't have to do that.
Yeah.
Claude's always going, you know, if you'd install Claude Code, I could just write these files directly to your hard drive. And I'm like, no, I don't want you to do that.
Yeah.
And it's like,
No.
are you sure?
Yeah, Claude Code, Claude scripts, we have to approve those.
All right.
So we give you full control. We approve those.
Well, I think we could talk for a long, long time. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. So I want to thank Bruce Mines, who's a solution engineer from ThreatLocker, for joining us today. For all our Zero Trust World 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, please visit Security Weekly online, or I'm sorry, securityweekly.com/ZTWZ Tango Whiskey. And that is all our interviews for today, but we will be back tomorrow with even more interviews here at Zero Trust World 2026. I'm going to go to the bar. Thanks.